Oh, wait, no, everything's not good. I don't have seeing chat. Damn it. Hey, everyone. Uh, Drawings from today, not Infernum. Because I need to prepare for tavern posts, which is starting next week. And it was suggested I do some just chatting. Screw it. Today's chill. Over here so I can see you. No, I don't want my email open. Alright. Now to probably get started on this. I start with background. Hi, Drep Geek. Good to see ya. Drawing stream today. Well, not entirely drawing. It's just chill stream today. I probably didn't have to do the whole overcomplicated thing because that makes it harder to want. I could just much better. I'm preparing for Tavern Post, which starts next week. It starts with the stream layout. What's Tavern Post? I'm starting a D&D actual play series with some friends. It'll be... I've set up to where I have just a bunch of people involved, but only 4 will be showing up each day. That way, we never have to cancel for scheduling conflicts. I said to press the 100, that's bad. Yeah, We've got people in groups. Most people should have their characters ready, and if they don't, then I will be approaching their location shortly. Eh. Eh. It's gonna be added to the stream thing and not replacing the Fridays. That's just because, well, I need a time that works for people. I think I went too far with the red there. I think purples are better. I'm getting a background for the stream ready. That way I have the backdrop. Because it's going to be different from the standard. I have to account for 4 more people, and I need space for the map plus chat. It's not good continuity here. So the idea is just to have the formatting ready. It's too dark. Maybe doing with lower opacity would help. Redo that. I leave the center right. I'm not sure you noticed, but I actually have several backdrops made for this stuff. I could pull up the original tavern post background, or just stream layout right now. This was the first attempt for the tavern post. It did not pan out due to scheduling. But I've learned! I will not make the same mistakes again. Where's the brush they tend to use for stars? The best part is that this background is going to get covered up by not only 5 people's avatars, but also by their character art. So y'all are just not going to get to see this thing. No, I saw it. That is not what I thought it was. That is wrong brush. Too high of opacity, but that can be corrected. 21, I guess, works. I'd say that works for a background. I like the galaxy aesthetic. Just consistently. And also, this one doesn't have a spell jamming ship in the background, so that works well. Yeah, it's cool. Thank you. Ah. Okay, now I need to determine how things are going to be formatted for the sake of viewing. So what I'm going to do, create copy. Create copy. I'm going to make 3 versions to figure out which one works best. Huh. Size. So initial idea. First of all, new layer for formatting. Actually, I didn't need 3 images. I could have just done different layers with it. So initial idea. This is just a rough sketch. It doesn't need to be precise. So 4 players, DM area, map. Ah, but where did we put chat? Go back a bit. DM area, chat, map. And then, of course, we fill those in with a darker color. A secondary idea. We have the players. Player, 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 DM, chat, map. I should write these down, actually. Hold on. I don't have a third idea, actually. So instead, what I'll do is I will simply player, player, DM, chat, player, player, map, or all the players down here, the DM up here, chat there, and then the map here. 3 ideas, 2 ideas, and actually there isn't a third one. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Huh. I also need to account for Oven. Oven can hang out in my box. Or he can keep sharing the chat box like he does here. I can start doing actual art for the formats after I determine which one we're doing. And the first one is more clear? Thank you, yeah. I guess because this one sort of has the players separated. Huh. Yeah. Since I don't need counters or anything. Okay, yeah, let's go with layout 1. Get rid of this paint layer. Actually, don't get rid of that paint layer, but get rid of this one. Alright, so now we need to determine what the actual player boxes are going to look like. I had an idea that I'm going to pull up inspiration for right now. Uh, so this reference image. Something like these, but I use them for both player's username and the character that they're playing. I suppose I also have one for me as a DM, but that's my reference image for this. I could draw it out, then make a decision after, actually. Oh, they have color picking. We're gonna stay single color. Very unique concept of players into scrolls. I don't know. I don't watch actual plays. Uh, actually. What else can make a good nameplate? I could try doing stone carvings. Not actual stone carvings, but like... You don't too, but you think it's unique? Ah, fair. Yeah, I just think it's a good idea with the... Alright, you know, I can draw it. So not something you wouldn't think about. Fair. Or you would think about... Huh. Actually, I'm going to draw it big, then shrink it down instead of... starting with it small. Wages low, paper jumper. I guess it's time for us to go, and it's time for us to leave her. Forgot double no doesn't work in English. To be fair, the rules of English are it works if the person you're talking to understands you. That's the guideline. Because otherwise, the language would be impossible. If I do something like make it a bit darker and these for these little bits. Actually, wait, this might be. English is not your first language though, so sometimes just forget. Yeah, no, I get it. Frequent typos don't help. You speak it better than some people who I know who were born with the language. Time to iterate on this, just to... Oh, wait, I'm making it like it's arcing outward. Okay, do we want it to curl behind the paper, or do we want it to curl in front of the paper for the scroll opening? I don't know how to put this into words properly beyond what I just said. How to phrase it. That's computer mouse scrolling. That's wrong. It kind of looks better in most cases. Yeah. Okay, so I found a picture of a scroll opening. Get that as a reference image. And I can't find one opening the other way. Do scrolls just not open the other... I guess it makes sense that they don't open the other way, actually. Huh. Okay, every time the paper is behind the rollers, huh? Oh, that's massive. Uh, I'm getting rid of that. Because the giant text on the inside? Yeah. Look, sometimes my brain doesn't work properly. You know how long it's been since I've used scrolls? Man, that's me being a fool. Alright. I try pulling... I don't think I want to arching. We did talk about them recently, yeah. But try making it more... Ooh, wait, do we want them to sort of... Yeah. I really should try using scrolls more. It would make unethical magic significantly easier. Okay, so now we have two outlines. I think arcing downward actually makes it seem more like it's a nameplate. Ooh, wait, actually, if I have it going outward, downward, but then directly vertical. Directly vertical, curved slightly inward. So, I solidly think that I won't be using the top design, but I think that an iteration of the bottom designs could work. Alas, I'm not doing it with mouse, I am doing it with drawing tablet. Drawing with a mouse is horrid. You would go insane, which is what the drawing tablet is for. Hmm. I can try drawing with the mouse. Saying mouse, maybe you misheard. No, when I mentioned mouse, it's because I looked up an open scroll, and it just showed me the computer mouse scroll wheel. Because I was finding a reference image for... Well, I was finding this reference image. Yeah. Hmm. I'm gonna try drawing this one more time, see if it turns out better. Is it man? Sweet. Alright, yeah, I think the third design here could work well. Maybe if I do a minor correction here. Where did my brush go? Wait, but actually, where did the brush that I was using go? Where are these in my favorites? Is this filtering by... Where did all my brushes go? I had like 3 types of eraser before. Why do I only have the created 3 and 4th fault resources? What about 1 and 2? Oh, hold on. I had them and then they just disappeared. Just lost all the tags. And settings, manage resources. They open resource. Them disappearing is really weird. It is! Inactive bundles. Uh, okay, so are these unused or... Be right back? Okay, I'm gonna keep trying to fix this brush thing. Why are they not active? Who deactivated my brushes? Oh, so I don't think I used the Krita 3 defaults. So I'm gonna get rid of those still. Huh, so getting rid of Definitely not the one I need. Okay, you know what? Manage resources. You. It has tags, digital and ink. You're back? Yay! I still haven't fixed the issue. I got the Krita 3 resources, but the brush that I normally use is from the Krita 4 resources. Oh, now. Why is it back now? How did I fix it? What? I'm sorry. Alright, so I've gotten. I don't know what happened, but I guess it works now. Tabskers is infecting other programs. No! It can't be. Alright. Now. I've got to choose which scroll type to use, but I think I'm pretty solidly gonna be using uh this one. Then I'm gonna have to stretch it out to be able to fit the names and such, but it seems like the right choice. Yeah. To be fair, it's pretty easy to tell why the third one looks best. It's because it was the one made most recently. I had the skill developed from the others. Some more details in here. Wait. Actually, there'd be lighting there, but there wouldn't be lighting. What do we think? Apparently I missed something here. I missed like a pixel somewhere when I was erasing the other two. So if I grab this, I'm going to distort it. One, then if I make copies, Let me zoom out a bit. This is proof of concept. This is not how it's... Well, this is how it's meant to appear, but it's not how it's going to be functionally laid out. Because I'm going to functionally lay it out is I'm going to export the scrolls separately and then have those be on a layer above the player avatars so that the bottom is concealed. Actually, let me grab a fifth one to put where I'm going to be. And now the big concern is what chat's area is going to look like. Right? What do we want chat's area to look like? I'm not going to write out any of the names here. I'm going to do that through OBS. Space is really limited. That... yeah, that's exactly the issue. Space is always limited. If I were to grab the original formatting suggestion... Oh! Solution might actually be relatively simple. Move all these down. Then player avatars, chat ends up right here, and we just need to make the box. Right? We established that the limitation is, say, here. Chat will just be small. It'll only show the most recent messages. Which shouldn't be an issue. Because it's not like we have a lot of people talking. But now we just need to establish what color palettes we'll use for it. So I have two ideas for it. We go with the standard thing where it's a magenta and then a slightly darker sort of purple for the inside. You know, same way that we do the... What's a good word of putting it? The same way we do the... Man, my mind is blanking. The regular layout. Same vein as how you are right above me right now. Second idea is I continue with the scroll theming. And simply place y'all on big scroll. I made a little bee. I made a bee. I don't have a third idea. It's two again. Or to try with the words. Actually, I did not make it tall enough. Do we want paper chat? You know, like parchment. If I get rid of this layout thing. Fill this up. Can we start with the border? What do we think of this look for the chat box? You know, ye olden chat. Uh, am I doing too much? Cheap viewers on scam website without a space. Wow. Ban. Maybe if I change the size for chat spots. The map look seems really interesting. Thank you. I make it a bit larger. And I realized I didn't give the little border there. Because to be fair, the alternative look was just gonna be the way that it is on the stream right now. Oh, this is genuinely a good layout. I don't know how I'm going to test this in OBS while streaming. Because I can't exactly show you OBS, and it'll just be taking over the stream. I've cornered myself. Oh. Do we want to give the map window a sort of border to be in, or do we think that would just cover up the background regardless of if the map's already here? Do we want a box to contain the D&D map, or do we want it free-floating? I think we want it free-floating. I'm gonna add a little personal thing that I just want to include for the player thing. Dice tower. I think free floating fit more with the design. Alright, yeah. Not dice tower, dice pillar. There we go. I'm gonna give each of the players a good reference image. Too big. Shrink it down. One of these. Each player should have one. I'm not going to draw it on each of the present one things, but I am going to... I draw it on one, just so I could take that one, do the layered idea. The bottom one's just gonna look like a circle. Can't really escape that with a D20 and low resolution. You kind of avoid it with a D12. It needs to look good in a just at the distance. It doesn't need to look good up close. Yeah, the dice tower. I'm attaching it to the wrong player box. That one. Yeah, signature of every table. No exceptions. The D6. D12. Slip back. After them, I'll be flooded to a man. I'm making the dice too big as I go up. They need to be small. Actually, with the idea that they'll be shrunk down for the layout proper, I could just grab the one and grow it. For me, draw dice tower on there. I don't know how to move the reference image. No. How do I grab Mr. Reference? What's assistant tool? I don't like assistant tool. You know, I have the general order for the dice to be on it. What program am I drawing? Krita. It's open source and available to anyone. As well as just so it's effectively free. You know, I appreciate. I would recommend Krita, honestly. Like, above most others. D12 is next. It's interesting because I'm drawing them in silhouette, not outright. Ooh, actually, I'm not portraying the D8 properly. So, make that go to the up, flat. So we want this to go like this because it's a D8, sort of that. It's odd, but I see the silhouette of it. Because my reference is really just a picture of the dice tower. To the D10. I was much better at drawing the dice tower for the last tavern post layout. I could pull up the last tavern post layout, actually. Show y'all what I was doing before with it. Hold on. Open. This is the wrong one. So, tavern post, tavern post. I'm specifically looking for a create the document. Wait, this one? No, that's today's stream. So I'm gonna create a document. Should I be looking for it in my gallery, my downloads, or my pictures? Oh, it's just backdrop. There it is. Here's the old Tavern Post layout. It was very minimalist, which, I mean, made sense, but I didn't really have a way of displaying the people. Compare that to the current one. So let me top off the dice tower with... What's the thing in the star? Are you aware of the Spelljammer setting for Dungeons and Dragons? It's meant to be one of those ships. Dice tower might be too tall to use for the thing. Yeah. Okay, so if I pull out... I get to talk about Spelljammer. This is a good day. So, Spelljammer as a setting was originally conceived to sort of bank in on the space boom during, like, second edition, so the Star Wars, Star Trek era of things. Spelljammer ships are effectively seafaring ships, but are put into space through magic. Which is a tad bit wild. As a setting, it is not serious in the slightest, but it's also incredibly dramatic. This is a space galleon. What I consider to be the basic design for it. And what was the basic design for it? The design philosophy was starting with a knight on the bow of a ship in outer space and just zooming out from there to make it seem normal. It's pulpy, it's technically... It's a setting in and of itself, but it's also connected to pretty much every other setting, with the exception of Dark Sun, because nobody's allowed to escape Dark Sun. It is the multiverse D&D thing. Yes! There's technically two methods of doing it. Planar portals, which is, you know, the sort of bog standard, and then Spelljammer, which is the Astral Sea. It's great. I just got rid of... Huh. That is a space galleon, which is the basic ship. I didn't change that in a meaningful way. I think dice towers might be too tall to put in here. You watched some videos about it a long time ago? Yeah! It's my favorite setting. As you could probably tell, actually. A lot of my stuff is... It's one of my two favorite settings. I like Spelljammer and I like Planescape. This is not helping my case where my inspirations come from. Generally not sure if I should keep going with the Dice Tower. Okay, how do I move the reference images? Which needs to grab the layer box that I put the reference image in through. Okay, it's because the whole big is small now, but from your perspective, it just looks like a black line. No, yeah, it does just look like a black line. Like, if I zoom into a regular distance from the picture, it doesn't work as a dice tower. I do not want to move that. Move the reference image. Because I can't just tap on it and move it. How do I remove you? That is not what I want to do, actually. I can't grab that reference image. Oh, reference image is too old. Cut. Cut. Yeah, so should we remove the dice tower because it doesn't really look like anything? I think we get rid of it. It's a cool concept, but it doesn't work. Yeah. Good idea, horrible execution. It worked better on the table layout. Oh, you remembered something? Hmm? Let's hear it. About Max Swordsman, you answer more about arcane users using swords when you meant swordsmen using magic in their swordsmanship. Oh! Oh, I see. I was thinking closer to Blade Singers. You were thinking closer to Eldritch Knights. Or just Paladins in general. Paladins don't really do the swordsmanship beyond might. I think that using magic to enhance your swordsmanship is probably one of the coolest things you can do. It's one thing to do a sword move and then, oh, that casts the spell. It's another to cast spells only to make you better at sword. Because that, if anything, is more terrifying. Huh. I don't know if the way I'm saying this is portraying well. Uh, so you thought too? Alright, yeah. I think this is good for the formatting of Tavern Post 2. Save that as a Krita document, please. What? No. Control S. Why can't I save it as a Krita image? I don't want a Photoshop document. There we go. Krita document. Post. Save. There we go. Then I actually have one more thing I want to draw. But first, I want to get sidetracked with something. All work and no play makes Toast a dull boy. What should I rank on a tier list? Yeah, sidetracking is the best. I wonder if this... Alright, guys. You know what time it is? I do not need a browser source. I misunderstood. I need a window capture. Yeah, it's time. For competitive racism! Alright, what do we want to start with, Arakakra? I feel like I need to have a good baseline. Yes, race tier list. This is an incomplete race tier list. It's missing like half the races I hate. You still see the artwork? Where? Or was it because I didn't pull up the source yet? For some reason the stream... Oh! Did it... It probably froze because of my messing up with the browser source. It's missing half the races I hate. Namely the aquatic ones. But I do get to put Triton immediate F tier. Yeah. Can I find a more complete one, actually? Hold on, I'm gonna make this invisible while I find a better race tier list. Because it was also missing the Spelljammer races. I always see this hate for all aquatic races, no matter what world. Yeah, because I just hate the aquatic races. By the races. Or just go, is this the... This has more races. Not sure if it has all the races. The one we were making before, the one we were making now, everyone hated the aquatic race too. Yeah! Aquatic races aren't chow. What? If I check full list of races, would be everyone says boring to play, etc. Problem is that they're too situational. Yeah. Okay, this included the Verdant, that's good. I am seeing a lack of Spelljammer races. That's a whole setting that they're missing. I also think they're missing the Kender, which is... Oh, this is updated for 2025. I think it has all of them, but they're not labeled. The thing with aquatic races is that swim speed is one of their main draws, but it needs to be underwater for there to be a swim speed. I think this has all of them. So I'm going to bring the window up. Ignore the... To underwater can't be viable. Exactly! Don't you love the... I didn't make this, but it's the one that I think is the most complete. I think it's... Alright. So, I guess we're starting with Aarakocra. What do we think of the birds? I... Well, first of all, birds aren't real, so... How are the Aarakocra there? Okay, if I pull up their statistics... Oh, are we using more cannons? The wings do taste good. But if your only use is being cannibalized, I don't think that that's a worthwhile thing. Hmm. They're from the elemental plane of air, which I don't like, because that means that it's harder to limit their inclusion in campaigns, especially ones that include high magic. The big thing they have is their flight speed, which fly speed good. Can't really deny that. They get the Gust of Wind spell at 3rd level. They get an extra language. That's pretty cool. Walking speed is 30 feet. Yeah. A humanoid, medium size. That's decent. They do have talons, which they can use to deal extra unarmed strike damage. Honestly, all they have going for them is the fly speed and being tasty. Like, I get why they're banned in a lot of campaigns, but they're not overpowered. Now, Aasimar is where it gets funky. We're immediately getting into that. You know how much D&D play gameplay and learn lore so long ago that you misremember many things, so your opinion is more of an outsider? That's fine. It's funnier to be goofy with it. Oh, which version of the Aasimar are we going based off of? Or do we want to go purely on the lore? Tier list based off vibes. Are you chill if I just make this a vibes-based tier list? Yeah, alright, screw it. D&D races ranked on how much I like them. Well then, we go to Aasimar. I really like Aasimar. I'm actually on the fence between S and A tier for them. I think they're pushed just over the edge, because when I play Aasimar Paladin, I get to make Gabriel Ultrakill reference, and that's... Am I supposed to not? Now, Aetherborn. They're the ones that are from the Dream Realm, I think. They're... I don't like the plane shift setting to start. I love Planescape, don't like plane shift. Wild take, but yeah. These bastards, looking up their lore, because I have no idea what the setting, they're formed out of something like elements of aether, refinement and psychic impressions created by the people involved in the process. But they're unique people, not copy of someone else's mind. So it's a clone with a different upbringing. Damn. Little understood. They're short-lived. They don't live for long. That might put them up in the ranks for me. I like a good short-lived race. No, they don't sleep, they don't reproduce. They don't have sexual characteristics. I like this thing, yeah. Let's go. Gender binary destroyed. Non-binary kings. Dear gods, they're all non-binary. This is peaked. I'm gonna put them with the Aarakocra, though, just because they're brought down by the plane shift setting. Genasi. Specifically Air Genasi. Oh, I have to rank the Genasi types separately. They're also from the elemental plane of air, but I'm kind of chill with that because that's all they have going on. Being related to the genies and such. They're plane-touched. I like plane-touched races. I don't like races that are just from a plane. I'm gonna give a solid A to all the Genasi types. I need to find the other Genasi types. You know, actually, exception, the Earth Genasi are just rock people, and that puts them a bit higher. Astral Elves. Okay, I need to refresh myself on Astral Elves. My impression is heavily skewed because one of my players played Space Hitler once, and that was horrible. That character was quickly killed by friendly fire. Ah. They're timeless! No! Immortality! Astral Elves seem like a race think they're superior. They do. They very much do. I honestly think they go C tier. Can't believe Space Hitler ruined them for me. I might need to make a rank above S, because we're at Auto Gnomes. They are both short and they are robots, and I love both of those things in a D&D race. We're getting T rank. They're small, they're versatile, they're what the Warforged should have been. Because they're more customizable. And that's what you want out of robots. Aw, I love Auto Gnomes! Now, what the hell is an Aven? T-Rank is back! Mike! Rebuild my kids! Rebuild my house! What? Human-like body, bird-like wings and heads. And then... Is this just... They're just bird people again. But they're from a worse setting. They're just a bit more human than Aarakocra. They are! Just Aarakocra from a worse setting. C tier. Less cool. Exactly! Like, I already think Aarakocra are mid. Why are you making them worse? Bugbear. Now, I'm really happy they used Torbeck as the image for this. Because I think he's the quintessential Bugbear. Like, they're big, they're the hobgoblins, they're kinda dumb. They can turn invisible for some reason, and that's... Wait, no, Firbolgs are the ones that turn invisible. They're just very sneaky. They're big, they're sneaky, they make good barbarians, funnily enough. They're just objectively better than most elf races. Like, Bugbear's cool. Centaurs. They can't use chairs. They can't use chairs, they can't use horses. You may think, oh, why would they need to use a horse? You're stuck with... They have two stomachs. Nobody should have... They have two spines. Nobody should have two spines. They get tired without using a horse. No mounted combatant. There is one really cool use for a centaur, though, but it needs another person. Centaur technically could ride another centaur. Oh my god, wait, I need to check centaur mounting rules. Well, you might have just given them an infinite boost. Well, if we could have... Hold on. Let's see. Can a centaur utilize a mount? Ah, it needs the appropriate anatomy, so it's on a DM by DM basis. Damn it. So centaurs can't ride each other, but other people can ride centaurs. And if your big gimmick requires another person to be playing the right race, I feel like that doesn't... Like, overrides it. You know, a human could be a mount for a halfling. It's called piggyback. I think centaur belongs in C tier. Because the centaur tower can't happen. They get, like, charging, but just ride a horse. Mounted combatant doesn't work for them. Yeah, it's just get them out of here. Now, changelings. Mechanically, they're a bad race. But god, the potential. Centaurs seem cool, but aren't that great. Exactly. They're a gimmick race. Changelings are also a gimmick race, but they're a cool gimmick race. Because getting to imitate people is funny. I have yet to see a more creative player than a changeling player. Which is wild, because my players are really creative. I rue the day I DM for a changeling artificer. I think adding F tier could be necessary. Oh, F tier is going to be necessary, because the Lokatha exists. And God, the Lokatha is everything I hate. You know what? 2 rows below. F. Lokatha. If I had to remove one race from this game, it would be these stupid fish. Ooh. To redeem them, you'd have to get rid of a lot of their features. Or at least one of their big ones. I do not care who I offend with this. I want them gone. Alright, now we get to deep gnomes. There are only playable races here, right? Yes. If a race is here, that means it is officially playable. So sadly, there's not like... What am I thinking of for a non-playable race, actually? A lot of the monstrous races were added through Monsters of the Multiverse, so that doesn't really... come into account. Huh. I guess Space Clown wouldn't be included, because that's not officially playable. If we drag Deep Gnome... If you were asking that because you intend on playing a Lokatha at some point, I'm going to kill you. I'm gonna put that out right. I do not care who you are. Deep Gnomes are an interesting case because I like gnomes. But Wolbrin Bongle exists from Baldur's Gate 3, and he kinda ruined Gnome's reputation. I'm gonna put it in C, a high C tier. And have anyone played D&D with something about specific races to play as way before you? Fair enough, yeah. Huh. Shouldn't be that hard to find a group. I think if you check your local library, they might have a thing set up for people to get into D&D groups. Yeah, I like deep gnomes. Very much. I would drag Dampier. They're not... I'm not putting them in D tier, I just need to put it down so I'm not constantly hitting the mice. I do like Dampiers as a race. Think about like the sort of carnal hunger to them, that's really good. That's cool. I like them very much, puts them in C tier. I like them. Actually, you're right. I'm gonna put them in B above the Aarakocra. Wolbrin Bongle exists. And he's enough to bring the whole race down. Now, Dampiers... I'm not even thinking about Dampiers mechanically here. Because mechanically, Dampiers are underwhelming. They just get their bites. That's the only thing that really comes up with my parties, at least. But the storytelling with them. The hungers. Like, looking for blood, looking for fresh meat, looking for spinal fluid. Being a Scion Dampier with the psionic energy hunger, incredible. They also get to be slightly faster. They get 5 extra feet of movement speed. That's great. They don't need to breathe. Yeah. Dampiers are great. I might give them an A tier. I might put them above the Genasi, actually. They're great. Dragonborn. Mechanically, Dragonborn are one of the worst races in the game. Were. Then Fizzban's Treasury of Dragons came around, gave us 5 new types of them, and made all of the types better. Not to mention, you get to attach yourself to dragon lore. And if there's one thing D&D does well, it's dragon lore. They have earned the S tier. Now, Drow. Before I rate Drow, I want to say, Drow have been the pitfall trap for every time I've had a new player come in who's never played before. You have D&D's Dragon Lore? Hell yeah. Because the thing with Drow is that their elves immediately attracts a lot of new players. But then they're the Dark Elves, which specifically attracts the sort of edgy, slightly neurodivergent crowd, which, to be fair, is most of my friends. But it's a trap, because the Drow are actually not as much of a cool race to play as you'd think. They're a very serious people. They don't quite fit with it. Huh. There's nothing against the Drow as a race, but their concept is too much of a trap for new players to fall into. Also, I'm demoting Centaurs. And Avens, actually. I feel like the lack of an F tier made C tier my moderate dislike, but I'm just demoting a bunch of races now. More nuance was added, so I have more flexibility. Now the Dwergar. The Dwergar kind of avoid the Dark Elves' pitfall state. Because they're not explicitly dark dwarves. They're sort of their own thing there. They're still a dwarf subrace. Perhaps more so than a drow or an elf subrace. Okay, actually, I figured out the problem with drow. The problem with drow is that they're treated like an elf subrace. And while they technically are, they fit better and would be better for new players if they were just their own race. I'm putting them above Astral Elves, because Astral Elves are explicitly an elf subrace and should be treated as such. Dwergar are a dwarf subrace. They fit as such. They get to be invisible or shrink or grow. Like, I like Dwergar. Sorry. You can't be the good Dwergar. Dwarves. Rock and stone! Rock and stone! I love it! Woo! We dig! You are a dwarf and you're digging a hole! Dig a hole! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Alright. I should move on. I don't need to justify putting dwarves in S tier. Okay. Now we go to the Eladrin. Something to bring up in D&D lore is that every elf is at least a little connected to the Fae. They all have Fae ancestry. Eladrin are just given more Fae energy to them. And while that's neat, you know, having Fae as a race is cool, there's too many Fae races, and I think the Eladrin having 4 variants to them as well, that's too much. Unlike my problem with stuff like the Centaur, where they don't have enough going on, the Eladrin have too much. They're too cluttered. I'd say they're equivalent to the Centaur here. Now, fairies. Fairies are a Fae class, or a Fae race done right. Because they're, first of all, they're a small race, so I'm biased in their favor. I like the short races. They're simple to play. They have the sort of trickery energy to them, and that's what a lot of their racial abilities go towards. I do have a slight bias because there's one homebrew I do where fairies have a bit of shape-shifting, or size shifting really, where they can move between the small or tiny size. At small, they're the standard fairy race, but without flight. And at tiny, they do get flight, but at the cost of being small. Like, with that homebrew, they go up. I'd put them in S, but just 5e fairies, that's an A. I like fairies. Now, furbolgs. These are the cows that turn invisible, right? They're like the druidic invisibility people. Yeah. I like the furbolgs. They can turn invisible. They can disguise self. Yeah. They're good druids. They're a solid sort of Fae-connected race. I like furbolgs. Now, GIF. Ooh, I love the GIF. They are hippo people that like guns. And I feel like that should be enough to elevate them greatly. I don't think they have the most lore in 5th edition, but luckily, they have a lot of stuff from, I believe, 2nd and 3rd edition. Of course, Hippo are intelligent, like weapons of warfare. Yeah! Now you're getting it. If I do need to check, do they have more lore, or is it just that they... Yeah. They don't have gods. Because they just forgot their gods. Also, they canonically have the GIF-GIF debate. So that's fun. They're great. I'm giving them a high B tier. And I'm gonna move the Furbolg down to a high B tier as well. Now, the Gith Yankee. They're warlike, and they hate mind flayers. And they ride dragons. This is a cool race. The Baldur's Gate 3 did a really good thing by bringing them into the public conscience. Because they were really obscure beforehand. But I love them. They, I think, belong... I'd say A tier. They're really interesting. Now, Githzerai are their cousin that got left behind after Baldur's Gate. And that's a real disservice, because, come on. So much Gith lore is about how Gith Yankee and Githzerai are culturally clashing, it's incredible. While the Githyanki are warlike and hunt down Illithids, Githzerai are more monastic and focus on honing their own psychic ability. Which, to say right now, psionics don't get enough love. The psychic aspects of D&D are left behind so much. And that's a shame. I really hope the Scion gets through on Ars Arcana. Because the Mystic didn't. Now we go to Gnomes. I like Gnomes. Honestly, they're little tinkering guys. They hate kobolds, which... canon racism is, I guess, pretty cool. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say about gnomes, beyond their little guys that are clever. I'm really biased towards short races, if you couldn't tell. More racism, yeah! Now we have goblins. I'm gonna put goblins in S tier. I think that goblins deserve all of the love that they get. Gnomes are just goofy guys. Do I have a stream delay or do I have a chat delay or do you have a stream delay? I'm gonna refresh my page. Yeah, gnomes are low, they're goofy, they're good at building. Goblins are just little goobers. They hang out in their caves, they like shiny things. You know you have stream delay? Ah. Okay. Not bad. Fair enough. Ah. Right, yeah, the writing time. It does indeed take time to write. I am fool. Uh, Goblins are fun because they can be these big bad raiders, or they can be small and pathetic. And then playing as a goblin can be the funniest thing. Goblin Paladin! Yeah. Plus, you know what goblins can do? They can goblin de- Okay, actually, you know what? Goblin D's puts them. I always think of them as orcs' little cousins. I mean, in a way, they kind of are, aren't they? A race assumed to be evil by default that is in raiding parties. They're definitely like lower level orcs. Making them playable greatly improved their reputation. And their inventors, yeah. I'm now noticing a theme because gnomes, goblins, and kobolds are all inventors. So it might just be the short genes. You know what? And dwarves. Dwarves are more in the digging. Like, I don't see dwarves inventing drills, but I see them using drills a lot. Dwarves are craftsmen more so than tinkerers. They won't make contraptions, but they'll make really good metal smithing. Yeah. Huh. Goliath. Okay, so I might be a big fan of short races, but I do also like the idea of being freakishly large. And that's what the Goliath lets you do. It's like playing a giant, but not really. It lets you become bigger. And you're built stronger. There's... I do think that I don't like the giant lore as much as I like the dragon lore. And that's where it's sort of like the thing is the giant lore's big appeal is its connection to dragon lore, which fair enough, but also, it's a big thing. Uh, it's weird. Grung. I consistently forget that the Grung exist. I apologize, but I'm not sorry. Huh. I only remember Grung because they are racist frogs. Being racist frogs might actually get them. Oh shit, there means poison? Ah, but they're aquatic. And they're the worst kind of aquatic, where they need water or they die. I'm sorry, Grung, but you fell into the worst trap imaginable. The water. Now, Hadesies. What's a... they're monkeys. To start, they are just playable monkeys. Technically, they're meant to be a play on the term grease monkey. Which, I can respect the pun. They're meant to be the people who maintain spelljamming ships. And I can't bring myself to hate them. Honestly, I think Hazards deserve a high B tier. I wouldn't go out of my way to play them, but I do like them. Now, half-elves. I think half-elves have a lot of good to them. Being stuck between human and elf, having a lifespan that can't match either. So if a half-elf ends up in a relationship, that tends to be a tragedy as much as a love story. Narratively, they're great. Mechanically, they're superior to elves. Half-elf is when you don't want to commit into being an elf. Exactly! They're when you don't want to commit to being an elf. They have good drama. Half-drow are just tragic. Like, I don't have anything bad to say about half-elves. They're also the peak target of fantasy racism. Aside from gameplay and look at the story, they're great. Exactly! Mechanically superior selves. They have the lifespan thing, which doesn't tend to come up in gameplay, but is great for character motivation. Since, they're gonna outlive all their human loved ones, but they age too fast for their elf loved ones. And that's... The only thing that really comes into issue is that the backstory of an elf and a human getting together. First of all, that's a tragedy in and of itself. And also, those backstories tend to be a bit hard to write. But that's the price for a good storyline race. Halflings. Now, halflings are infamous for their halfling luck mechanically being busted. I think we overlook halfling culture a lot. Because culturally, they're so damn cool. They're a society that halflings the no copyright hobbit. Yeah. But yeah, that is exactly why they exist. No copyright hobbit. But I mean, that's just because hobbits are cool. I'm sorry. I also just like short races. That's clear. A good thing to note is that they're based around the whole second breakfast concept. They're a cheerful people. They're big on what's a good term? Abundance. They're good hosts. I'd want to be at a halfling celebration. They know how to have fun. Half orcs. Now, half orcs are in an interesting place right now. Because as of the 2024 rules addendum, they do not exist. And that is horrible. Because we lost so much when they were removed. I hope they get brought back. technically half-elves are in this situation too. They're not in the 2024 rule set yet. They got removed from the player's handbook. Half-orcs are just worse orc. Fair enough. They're worse from a, like, just looking at them. Narratively, they can be really cool because they have the reputation of an orc, but also they can't really go into orc society because they have the weakness of human. They are simply worse half-elves. But half-elves are pretty damn good on their own. I'm gonna move halfling up, though, just because I'm biased for them. Alright, so the next race is Herringon! Okay, so they're just rabbit people. They're Fae. They're Fae rabbits, and I don't know what else to say about them. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I don't... care for them? Eh. Like, don't tell this to Plague, but I simply do not care for Herringons. I'm sorry. I have to put them D tier. Fae rabbits, you're scared of certain people with this one. Ah, I forgot the horny factor! I'm not going back to this whole list, redoing it with the horny factor involved. Maybe I'll do it at a later date, but... Actually, what would be changed with the horny factor? No, I'm not thinking about this. I'm not. I refuse. We're going to Hexbloods now. What's... I like Hexbloods conceptually because they're sort of... Okay, they're the sorcerer race for one, because they inherently are infused with Eldritch, Fae, you know, those sorts of magics, or witchcraft. A big deal is making deals with hags to get Hexblood lineage. That's interesting. I love them. They're versatile too. You know? They can also be the result of a warlock. Do not underestimate your patron. If you piss them off enough, they will turn you to a Hexblood, and you can't go back. Now, High Elves. Have you heard of the High Elves? Ah, they're really bland, and I don't think... Okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna skip ahead a bit. I think humans are bland, but in the perfect way that makes them versatile. Like, I would absolutely put them in, like, above goblins. Humans are great. They're good for new players. They're good for super experienced players. It's a basic sort of D&D power fantasy. High elves, they think they're a superior race. Yeah. Have all the blandness of that, with a dose of being the most likely race to fall into fascism. I'm sorry. And they get like a wizard cantrip in return. And the need to sleep less. I don't like elves. Honestly. But you can tell based off the list so far. But elves are boring to me. These are only elves by technicality. Now, hobgoblins. Let me refresh myself on what hobgoblins' deal is, actually. Origins in the Feywild. Driven by conquering Baglubiat. Yeah. Yeah. Hobgoblins are... Ah! Hobgoblins are community-based. I like that. You know, they're sort of... Yeah, they're super colorful. Their big gimmick is... Yeah. Hobgoblins are just little feather goblins in your head. They're also a bit taller. They're taller feather goblins that are very community driven, but do also abuse goblins. Don't get me wrong. I will put them at high B tier. The existence of the goblin makes the hobgoblin worse. Just because you could be a goblin. Kalashtar. What is a Kalashtar? Are they the things that... they're an Eberron race. Oh, they are the ones from the dreams. Kalashtar, dream people! They're inherently good! Or at least drawn towards being good. They're psychic. I love psychic. They just cannot dream. They sleep, they don't dream. That's interesting. They have their own language. They have human lifespans. They're just psychic humans. Which, now that I think about it, I think gets rid of some of the human versatility, so I can't put them at human tier. I'll put them in B tier here. Now, Kender, they're from the Dragonlance setting. They're another short race. Which, we like short races. They're cool. However... Ah, no, they got rid of them being communists, so there's no downside here. They're curious people, and this is just halfling but worse. Kender are just worse halflings. They're redundant. You're going in D tier. Kender are what you pull out if the DM says no halflings. That... Hmm. Now, Kenku... Okay. Kenku are bird people. But, here's the thing. They are simply cooler than Aarakocra. They can't fly, but they have voice mimicry. They're just... They can duplicate. They're good forgery, you know, that sort of thing. And they have really good memories. They are crow people. And they got rid of the mimicry requirement, which, I mean, fair. I'd say they belong above the Aarakocra. Now, what the hell is a Kenra? So, I don't know what a Kenra is. Is this a plane shift thing? It's a plane shift thing. Lean. Sharp. Tactic. Once win train trust, one star survivor. Battle. This is not one initiates. Oh! Their gimmick is just having twins and being connected to their twins. They lean towards being more chaotic. Ew. They rarely live past 60, okay. Apparently they're really powerful if their twin dies. I'm sorry, I simply care not for them. In fact, I don't dislike them. I can't put them in F tier. There is not a dislike of them. Kobold. I'm sorry, I cannot dislike kobolds. They're considered dragons now. Like, their creature type now is actually dragon. That's beautiful. They got what they wanted this whole time. Finally. Any sort of dragon slaying is gonna instantly kill a kobold. They're silly little guys. They're like gnomes, but better because they get all the appeal of a goblin too. The only big downside they have is that they're vulnerable to light. I need to start implementing that in my campaigns, actually. I haven't been, but... yeah. Light sensitivity is a serious thing for them. I like it. I love them so very much. Mwah. I really don't hate a lot of D&D races. Next up is... I think... what is that? A core. I'm gonna assume that's a plane shift thing. It is. You know, can I just get through all the plane shift things to get them over with so I don't have to keep not knowing what they are? Alright, so that core resistance, defined by their con travels. You know, I'm gonna actually have this on screen. On stream. And what? Distance. Oops. signing my something was so being overheard. Use speech and use speech, please use. Okay then. So they're private, they're big secretive. They use sign language. They also climb. And they have halfling luck. They're just humans that climb and have... I'm sorry, am I supposed to care about these people? Go in the I don't care. Okay, now where are the other plane shift races? Merfolk. Okay, what's the deal with merfolk? Amphibious race. Oh, they're aquatic. Oh, you know what aquatic means. F tier. Naga. Their shoulders on shoulders in their form. With their heads and torsos off the ground while moving. They can increase their speed by lowering their bodies and using their hands for extra propulsion. Torso with armor, jewelry, and a vague nod towards the clothing worn by other races. Huh. They're just snake people. Do I need to care? So I think D&D just has too many races that there's close to no distinction between some of them. Yeah! There's a lot of redundancy in races. I think Plane Shift has a lot of redundancy because I don't think it started as a D&D setting. I think it's the Magic the Gathering crossover. Which, look, I think Magic the Gathering is cool, but why do I need to have it in D&D here? I get it's Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast, but... Ew. I don't care for the Nagas. Sirens. Lions. Instant runner post. That's hateful. There's them again. Ships around them. They're bird-like. This is another bird-like race. What's their gimmick? They charm people. They charm people and they're chaotic. I don't have a reason to care about the sirens. And there's a lot of interesting races, but then there's stuff like too many types of elves. The plane shift setting is super redundant. Technically, the Dwergar and Drow aren't even their own races. They're sub-races of Elf and Dwarf, respectively. But they have enough lore difference to, I guess, make this list. I think it doesn't help that this includes every settings races. Some of which I just haven't learned about. Like, here's the list from here. Sorry. Custom lineage. Ew. Alright. So the last plane shift things are vampire. Vampire is not included here, so I don't need to rank it. Ha! Okay, now back to our regular order instead of getting the plane shift things out. What's a Leonin? Theros setting. Interesting. Even gods present lion-like humanoids that rarely interact with other people on the shimmering homeland and knowing the treachery of strangers, seek to test themselves in a wider world. Are they just prideful lion people? Is that their deal? That's just a draconic card from Kobolds. Screw that. And they punch people, I guess. That's cool. They're a bit faster than average. See, sometimes you can tell a lot about the race by their gimmicks, but I just don't care about them, honestly. Sometimes it's just different beastmen. Yeah! Ah! Look, the plane shift stuff was really bad, because that was all types of beastmen. And I'm sorry, but we don't need that many. There's already a bunch in the Forgotten Realms. I think part of my disappointment in the Leonin is that the Tabaxi exist and are much cooler. Even then, I don't care for the Tabaxi. Lizard folk. That's a monstrous lineage, I know that. Distinct cousins of Dragonborn Kobolds. Their own people. Don't they like swamps? People were plagued by the gods and material planes to guard its natural wonders. Yeah. There's lizard people. They bite. They bite and they eat things. I do think that they're a bit cooler than a lot of the... It also doesn't help that I don't care for quite a few of the settings. I think Plane Shift just doesn't fit in with everything else. And then Theros... I mean, to be fair, Theros is cool in that it's Greek adventures and all that, but... Eh... You know, like, it's just an eh. Loxodon. Where's Loxodon? There's Loxodon. On the Homer chant, sonorous tones, and move slowly and sit in perfect stillness. There are three things all wise men fear: the sea and storm, and out no moon, and the anger of a gentle man. And yeah, age the same as humans. They tend to be lawful good, cool. I can respect that. They're big! It's good to know. Thick leathery skin. Trunk? They're elephants! Wait, actually, if there's any beast that deserves a playable race, it's elephants, because the trunk is an extra limb. That's cool! Actually, I'm adding Loxodon. They can go up to, like, high B. I like them more than the Kalistar. Minotaurs. That's a beastly race. Nice with heads resembling bulls. Yeah, the navigators. Labyrinths. The horns can go from 1 to 3 feet. Oh no. They are cool. I do like them. You know, I'm just going over them. Yeah. I think they're big guys. they do have running attacks. Like, they have a lot with their horns. How are they in Ravnica? Effectively the same. And in Theros. They're technically a plane shift race, but that doesn't matter. We don't need to acknowledge that. I like Minotaurs. I think Minotaurs are an underrated race, actually. They're going, between Furbolg and Gif. Orcs. I don't need any elaboration on orcs. I'm sorry. There's nothing to linger on with orcs. But they're orcs. They go, above half-elves, but below Githzerai. God, I love orcs. Owlin. What is an Owlin? Okay, so they're an exotic lineage, not monstrous. Distinct kin of... Without orcs or their counterpart, there is no high fantasy. Exactly! Everyone loves orcs. Disney have giant owls in the Feywild. They're owl people! They're sneaky birds! Okay, so... I know we dissed Aarakocra for having nothing other than their claws in their flight. I think Owlins are just a better Aarakocra. Because their talons from Aarakocra, if you want to be unarmed, just play a monk. But the Owlin stealth, that's cool. A flying rogue is incredible. They are going... Like... They're going below Kenku. Kenku are the best bird race. There is no comparison there. But Owlin is the middle child, I guess. What's a pallid elf? Okay, if I just go to elf, am I gonna get all the elf sub-races? Wood elf. Pallid elf. Oh, they're from the Critical Role Exandria setting. Okay. Century more with childlike curiosity. Okay. Am I just missing something because I've never really watched Critical Role? But what's the point of the Pallid Elf? I don't know, like... I'm guessing they probably have a different culture from anything else. But I have no reason to care. They get light, sleep, and invisible... Is it just that they're a mysterious elf? I don't see the point of you. You're going in the pointless tier. Plasmoids. I don't need to look at plasmoids, because I know about their lack of lore. And while the lack of lore, it does suck. They are slime people! And... I'm sorry, but... My baby. I like plasmoids. Gods. I can't, like... I can't bad talk the plasmoids. They're so versatile. Next up we have Reborn. They are zombies. That's their thing. They're zombies. Uh, it's cooler than you think because it's sort of the unfinished business kind of zombie where they maintain their sentience, their memory's foggy. A zombie was a bad comparison, they're just undead. Uh, they cannot die until their unfinished business is completed. And if they're killed in the gameplay sense, then they will simply come back to life later. Death is not the end for a reborn, it is a timeout, and that is why they are a good barbarian race. Like, honestly, I think I'm gonna put them right below human. Sea elves can fuck off. Now, Shatterkai! Are these considered elf variant, or... I'm so happy a lot of these elves aren't included here. Where are the Shatterkai? There they are. Alright, so that was the Shadowfell. I'm aware of that. So fair enough, yeah. They're Fae. Now they... Oh! Oh, this is a cool elf variant. Wait. Hold on. So they were Fae, but now they're stuck between life and death, so they're more undead than Fae. So elf for pre wasn't in fact that requires you to be an elf? Nice, yeah. And how is your printing bonus? They have teleportation. That's cool. Gain resistance when you teleport. That's nice. Yeah. Ah. And necrotic resistance. That's cool. You don't sleep. You just meditate. And magic can't put you to sleep. That's cool. I like that. They get... Yeah, 2 languages. I like the Shadowkai. I think they're cool. Wow, an elf race actually ending up decently high on the list. I think I'm gonna put them up right there. Shifter. You know what? That might be the best image they could have done for the Shifter. Sick as hell werewolf. Where's Shifter? They shouldn't be a setting specific race. Oh, they're monstrous. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. They're... Oh yeah, they're the werewolf races. Yeah. Touched by lycanthropy. Not... outright. They're like humans, but they can become more beastly, which is really cool. They're not full-on werewolves. You can tell that they're shifters, which, I mean, makes sense for the sake of lycanthropy being a thing that isn't race-related. You gotta choose your kind. Look at that. It's cool. You get kinds of shifting. Sorry, but looking at that image, you can't think of a kid who think they're cool. Well, yeah, that's the point of the image. It is just the people who think, oh, this is so badass, this goes hard. I think of it like I'm gonna put shifters, I think, below gnomes. No, above deep gnomes, but below regular gnomes. The race is very cool. It just has some very tough competition. Hello, Necro Pro Gaming. This was a drawing stream, but then I started getting racist, so... We're rating the D&D races. Kobold S tier is based? Yeah, kobolds deserve S tier. I have a lot of races that I love. Then there's the indifference. Like, here. And then there's hate. Love your kobold short stack girlfriend. Would you believe me if I told you that I have not brought the horny factor into any of these rankings yet? Huh. I don't know how much the rankings would change if I did bring in the horny factor. I do know halflings would be significantly higher. I will not elaborate on that. You want to see S tier? Your mind is made up? Remember that? I want to draw something else later. I do have something else to draw. But we do have an hour and a half, and we're most of the way through. Oh, the plane shift vampire's here. That can go into the indifferent tier, because I prefer Dampiers. Thank you for the reminder, Dripgeek. I would have forgotten. Simic Hybrid. I think that's a Ravnica thing. Simic combine uses magic to fuse different life forms together. Humanoid subjects. Oh. Oh, this is combining two species. That's... Okay. Ah. Wait, hold on. Hybridizing yourself with animals. It seems to be specifically underwater animals, but that's fine. I might bypass my I hate aquatic races thing, because the Simic Hybrid's a genuinely fun concept, actually. I'm gonna put them above the Aarakocra, but below the Deep Gnomes. Now we have Tabaxi. Where's Tabaxi? There they are. Created by the Cat Lord, a divine being of the upper planes, to blend the qualities of humanoids and cats. Tabaxi. Never realized there were so many races. I knew there were a lot, but I did not know about the plane shift races. My genuine knowledge tends to come from the Spelljammer races, the base races, and then Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse. Plus Warforged, just because Warforged, they're cool. Beyond that, a lot of these are kind of new to me. The Lokatha's the exception, because I hate the Lokatha with a burning, fiery passion. Mostly you do base D&D? That's valid. I default to either an 11.5-hour D&D session last night. I was going to say how, then I realized that I probably would be able to do that if only I had a venue that wasn't the public library. That... Huh. Yeah. You don't do any D&D, and that's why I think you should go to your local public library and ask them if they have anything, like events for that. Okay, so they're cat people. There aren't, you checked? Damn! Are there any, like, game stores in your area? I don't know. Huh. Could try finding people online to play with, but that can be a mixed bag. You found one person? Huzzah! Put them in my sort of indifference area. They don't have anyone too? Ah! There is technically one-on-one D&D available now with the 2024 rule set stuff. But that's... I have not tested that, so I can't vouch for or against it. I just know it exists. Thrycrane. Okay, the deal with Thrycrane is that they are bug people with 3 arms. Which makes them a really good spellcasting people, actually. It's like spell sword race, actually. Because you have sword, shield, and then a third hand for your somatic components. Or your spellcasting focus, or just incredible. They don't have much in the way of lore, but they're Spelljammer race, so they don't really have any. We'll find at least 2 more people with 4 could probably do something then. Yeah. You could probably do something with 4 people. A party of 3 is pretty good. Because they also have to have somebody as a DM. I think, like, I'm very biased in the Thrycrane's favor. To be blunt. Move all the Genasi down. You do DMing? Aha! I also do DMing. Recently, my group's been cycling DMs to avoid burnout, which I greatly appreciate. Yeah. You DM'd for 11.5 hours. Hell yeah! That's some really good improv skills. Because even if you have everything planned... Huh. Yeah, good job. Okay, now we go to tieflings. I like tieflings. Ignoring the obvious thing that the picture is saying, they have good lore to them. Your players almost blew themselves up. That's just the average D&D session, isn't it? Or do I just have very insane players? Like, that just sounds like regular D&D. They are overrated. I feel like they get a lot of attention. I think the Genasi, Asimar, the other plain touched things could get. But they're loved for good reason. Can I skip ahead? A more shot, another mortar, and crit. If it didn't have fire resistance, it would have exploded and likely TPK'd. Okay, yeah, that's a bit less unusual. Okay, yeah, that's like nuclear bomb baby levels of destruction. Okay, now. Tortles. what do we think of the turtle people? And this is a trick question, because I already know where I'm putting the turtles. They're not an aquatic race. Their name's misleading. They're more tortoises than turtles. But, like, everybody loves a good turtle. And if you say you don't, then you're lying. They live a long time. They're heavily armored. Tritons are aquatic. F tier. Moving on. What's a Vidalkin? Ravnica, okay. Tall, slender. What's in her skin comes in the range of shades of blue. Like it's on nose. Amphibious! Cupcake, don't step on the laptop. Are you gonna be on my lap? On the history and okay. Do I care? Do we care? Do we care about these people? Honestly, I don't think we care about the Vidalkin. You know, they're aquatic, so they go in the bad, but... Like, honestly, eh. That's not... Warforged. I am probably very biased. The prison against the aquatic is strong here. Yeah. But I like Warforged. I like robots. I like gentle robots. I like Iron Giant sort of things that I know people do. Mwah, cat. Elves. It's going with all the other elves. I simply do not care for them. I kind of a wild thing to say, but I don't care for elves. You have scabs, Cupcake. Are you okay? Have you been scratching them? Aren't wood elves just normal elves? They are! They're normal elves. All they have is like a bit of a faster speed at the cost of not getting a spell. Eh. Yuan Ti, Snake Lady! Okay, I'm not informed enough about Yuan Ti to make a good take. Turn the certain folk controls, bring the ones with his rights, giving new people, yeah. Giving them each of the Yuan Ti in ways. Okay, after it, Yuan Ti looks, they're probably great, good, or evil. Yeah. Let's see what Volo says. Fire. There's the snakes, because these are hybrids. The most snake-like are the leaders, the most human-like are spies and agents. Huh. Okay, what do we see with them mechanically? Their basic stuff, medium or small, dark vision. They're resistant to magic and poison, that's cool. Don't really care for any of that. The spellcasting. I don't really have a strong thoughts on these people. They might be in the same boat as the Tabaxi and Lizard folk. honestly, like, eh. I mean, the thing is, I know that these are Yuan-Ti purebloods they're talking about, but if there were like Yuan-Ti Abomination or Yuan-Ti Monstrosity as options, since playing being a monsters race and all, that would have shot it up. But as of now, they're kind of eh. Okay, Satyrs. Okay, they're Fey, already a mark off their store. Okay, so you mean of Newell and Doran from Fable Haven. Or Fable Heaven? Huh? I do not know who those are. You're cooking in tabs? Oh. Book series? Ah. My main thought is the one from Hercules I don't remember the name of. Okay, yeah. They're from the they see spring, but they're okay, so they're just bards. They are indeed the goats. I think they're around the Dwergar tier. Maybe I'll put them above the Simic hybrid. I wonder what you could tell about me based off of how I ranked the races. Verdans. They're the Acquisitions Incorporated guys, right? Hold on. I guess they're no Kotha rank while I check on them. Chaos, Sons of Goblin Hobgoblin, transformed by the shadow of that which endures. They're the newest race of Faerun. Oh. Okay, so they're... I like short guys. Just that. Fair enough. I do like short guys. Everything makes trustworthy and humble. They're psionic. That's a big bonus. They can read and write Goblin. Yeah. Ah! Cat, don't touch the keyboard. Attempts to make Warhammer 40k in tabs? Oh no. Or TF2. TF2 in set tabs sounds really cool. I think Verdans need some time to prove themselves. But if I see them in more stuff, they might become, like, super beloved to me. You're, you're gonna do both? Oh no. Huh. Alright. Well, this is my list. Is there anything I'd want to change last second before locking it in? Uh... I might move Goblin to S tier. Ah! Did my cat just... reader mode? Oh! Okay, Cupcake. keeping you away from the keyboard now. Anything else I want to adjust? Move the Kenku there. Sharkai's gonna be bottom of A tier. The only elf that I like. Damn. I guess also, I don't count Githzerai and Githyanki as elves. I don't. Maybe I should check them in the exotic lineages, but yeah, I don't think they're elves. Alright, so that they're... Yeah, not elves. Cool. Well then, I have a tier list of races. Save or download. Download image. I don't want to make an account with Tier Maker. How do I say no? No thanks. Why was that so hidden? Oh. Cupcake, I know you love me right now, but I'm gonna go back to drawing. Racism over! Thank you for being part of that with me. Cupcake? No. Move keyboard away from you. Let's just look close to 2 hours. It did! Dear God, I spent 2 hours just talking about racism! And this next drawing is probably gonna be not nearly as long, actually. I need to find the thing that I'm basing it off of. Or, not I'm basing it off of, but that I'm kinda using as my baseline. Open file. Okay, I don't... Okay, but I saved the things to my gallery. I should be able to load them. Oh, pictures folder. There we go. Would be the new self? No, that's my old... That's the PNG me that I... This one. Yeah! See, because I'm DMing for the tavern post. And what's a DM without a DM screen? So I need to make that now. And I guess... Wait, did I already make a DM screen before? Ah! I don't need to make it. I had it ready already. I need to put oven here. I do need to determine what oven's place on the layout is, yeah. Unless you count putting him on here, which wouldn't work because he's his own entity. And that's my, in my model. You want to play D&D? Twitch chat D&D. Can you beat the Tomb of Annihilation? Yeah, that's my stream ideas, actually. Tabs in D&D. I feel like it would be easier to use tabs to play D&D than D&D to play tabs. Is that... What? Now what am I gonna do? I have a DM screen already. You will make it, damn it. Oh. I guess I have a DM screen just ready for me to pull out. Another shorter tier list then? I could, yeah. What are we ranking? I could rank classes based off of their vibes. There are significantly less classes than there are... There's less classes than there are races. I think this is as up-to-date as we're gonna get. Yeah, classes. Because there's what? 14? Artificer, Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. And then there's the stuff Matt Mercer made, so the Blood Hunter, then there's, I think, Gunslinger and Illrigger. This list does not include the Illrigger. Ivy. That's Terraria classes. I could do that if this doesn't take long enough. Hey. D&D classes? Does this have... And that is in a language I don't know. D&D classes. Does this have all of them? It does not. And they're not labeled. Ew. Not labeled. I don't know what half of these are. This is too big of a list, because that has all of the races and classes. I'm not ready for that. If I just look up 5e. Yeah, I'm gonna use that one that just didn't include the Illrigger, and I can shove the Illrigger in there later. Alright, so we're starting with... I don't want to start with the Artificer, because that's gonna immediately get me ranting, because I love the Artificer. Instead, let's talk about a class that I am kind of meh on. The Blood Hunter. I'm not kind of meh, because the Blood Hunter is cool. It has a lot of options to look at just the first level. There's so much build variety in there, and it's overwhelming for new players, but it's so in-depth to use. Also, just immediate aura from using blood to cast spells as magic. There's no T tier. Yeah! T rank. What? Why is... Oh, I have caps lock on. That's why it was lowercase. I was shift and T. Well, if we're gonna have T rank, then obviously Artificer goes there. I'm sorry, but God, I love my magical tinkering half-caster. They're... Ah! The only critique that I have for Artificer is please fix Alchemist. Alchemist Artificer is... but everything else about it is great. Okay, should I get Gunslinger out of the way before I start doing the core classes? Okay, I'm just going to go to D&D 5th Edition Wikidot. So I think if I go home... If I go to Homebrew, Gunslinger should be there. Oh, the Mystic, which is not included here because Wizards of the Coast hates fun. Being classes, then? The Blood Hunter. Gunslinger. Ah, right, search function is not available. Gunslinger. That's the fighter subclass, not the... Okay, I guess it's just the subclass. Yeah. They just make a bunch of guns for this. Okay, that's cool as hell, actually. Wow. Trick shots, quick draw, that's all pretty cool. Oh wait, do I have to go class to not get the subclass? To be honest, you don't like guns? That's fair. Don't show again. I think this is the official class gunslinger. The thing is, if you're playing a gunslinger, why are you playing D&D? I can respect guns in D&D as a thing that exists, but fighting styles, sidestep, sure. Okay, look at the gunslinger. Archetypes. Okay. I think they're going below average. Ranger goes into worst. I'm sorry. I love the Ranger, and it has... But the thing is that Ranger fits into an archetype that basically every other class fills by virtue of playing Dungeons and Dragons. It's the, oh, I'm out in the wilderness, I'm a big old tough guy. That's just a D&D party. It also doesn't help that mechanically it got lobotomized. It sucked in 5th edition. Then Tosh's Cauldron of Everything brought it back and made it cool. And then 2024 lobotomized it. And like... Come on. Barbarians. Can I say something controversial here? I don't like barbarians. Like, I get there's funny, too angry to die energy, and that's cool, you know, be a big, beefy guy. But, like, being a big sack of hit points that hits things hard, sure, it's fun, but it could also be done with fighter and paladin, and like rage is all barbarians got. And like, doesn't appeal to me. Bards are cool. I like bards. I enjoy singing, I like playing instruments. Being able to cast magic through that, that's cool as hell. Oh, and I have a thing for charisma-based classes, you know. That's probably their charisma working on me, but who cares? I am bringing in the horny factor for this, because bards exist. Like, bards that for you they're overrated? Fair enough. I appreciate bards for the way that they exist. I do think that they're not played well a lot of the time, though. The amount of bards in my parties that have simply forgotten that bardic inspiration exists is outrageous. Clerics. Okay, so I don't like divine magic. But I like the Deus Vult Cleric. I'm sorry, they're cool. Lore-wise, I don't like them very much, but mechanically, they're a great casting class that deserves everything. Like, there is a certain aura to divine magic. Divine magic using divine power is different? Yeah. Yeah. Divine magic is the thing that where clerics get their magic from their god. Divine power is the god's power. Clerics use divine magic. A divine soul sorcerer uses divine power. Which I'm gonna bring up sorcerers. I genuinely like sorcerers a lot. Like, wild magic has gambling. Aberrant mind has psionics. Divine soul has you being divine. Sorcerers exist to make me like them. I can't hate them. Actually, I should be going into subclasses more. Because I did for quite a few. Bards have all of their different colleges. Those have a lot of cool stuff in them. College of Sword has the spell sword aspect. College of Lore has them being researchers. The hunt is in D&D, but for you, divine magic is a type of magic, and divine power is powers granted from gods. Yeah, divine magic is the magic type that gods grant, and then divine power is the god's power. I can see where there's the big difference in the definition there, yeah. Huh. I guess technically clerics don't get their power from their thing. It's sort of an internal divinity thing where they get it from their faith, which from that angle makes them a lot cooler in a lot of ways. Actually, yeah. You know, more like divine magic aside magic, like dark magic, fire magic, etc. Ah! That's what you meant. Okay. Yeah, no. See, the big difference in D&D is that it's the source of magic. Divine magic is magic from a god. Arcane magic is magic from, well, just the arcane. It's sort of the most pure kind of magic. Psionic magic is magic that develops from the mind, the sheer power of the brain. Yeah. What you're thinking of is radiant as a type of damage. Because then there's radiance, fire, cold, necrotic. Acid and poison are separate for some reason. You know? Huh. You weren't talking about D&D because you don't have enough knowledge on that? Fair enough, yeah. My cat really wants to be on the laptop. But I need the laptop. That's how we read chat. If we go to druids, I am ambivalent on druids, honestly. Magic from nature, which is a fourth kind of source of magic. Like, druids have their wild shape, and that is what they have. Their spellcasting, do not care for it. Their subclasses do have some fun things. Circle of the Moon is just more wild shape. That's cool. Circle of Stars has constellations. That's cool. Circle of, I think... Yeah. Circle of the Land has regional stuff, which is just better ranger gimmick. Yeah, druids are decent to me. Fighters. I like fighters. I cannot deny that it is a basic choice, but it is a good choice. I don't know, I like martial classes. There's a lot to be said for magic, but running at the dragon with a sword, or just using a bow and being better than the ranger. Uh, Everyone loves some fighting. Fighting, skirmishing, defending. That is ideal. Now we go into monks. Mechanically, monk is actually kinda bad. But do you know what monks have more than I think any other race in this, or any other class in this game? Monks have the most aura of anything in Dungeons and Dragons. Throwing some straight hands at enemies is cool. Exactly! I think that puts them above Bard. It's not even like a real competition. That they might belong in Terrific, actually. They might have earned T rank. Paladins. Paladins are interesting because their powers come from an oath. And as someone's never played D&D, Paladins are the goats. Yeah, they have good storytelling elements. They have their, restrictions on the player, which is something I think should be done to help ease people into role-playing. Having them impose restrictions on themselves. They can have great, narrative. That's above Bard, and it's a charisma-based class. So, their charisma works on me. The second most aura after monks? Yeah! They absolutely have the second most aura after monks. And then we have rogue. I don't like rogues. Honestly. Like, half my friends are gonna stab me for this. But rogues are down there with barbarians for me. Not quite as bad as ranger, but, that's... I mean, it's ranger. Ew. But your first kid would probably be paladin? Yeah. Paladins are fun and cool. And they get put into the lawful stupid archetype far too much. Now we go into warlocks. Now, I'm going to preface this with I can never see warlocks the same way again since I first realized how easy it is to be a magical girl. Magical girl warlock is a valid, character concept. And I refuse to believe otherwise. And that, puts them above Blood Hunter for me. Actually, you know what? Trade place with the clerics. Magical Girl Warlock. I don't need to say anymore. And finally, Wizards. You know I'm biased. So, I... There is no other option for where Wizards go. If you're angry that Wizards don't belong there, I don't think I can be... I don't think I can trust you. We still have half an hour! Yeah, that's my ranking, I guess. Rangers suck, Wizards rule. Gunslingers are mid. I like charisma classes. Wizard great just below paladins, but paladins are like... No, I respect that. Hell, the character I'm playing in the game is a paladin. Because they're cool. And being a paladin in a godless world is incredible. Like from a storytelling perspective. Save or download. Download image. I don't want to make a tier list maker account. Why is it so hard to hit the no thank you? Okay, what else could we rank within this? But you understand why some people say oh to God? Huh. Uh, I don't know what to. It's a class with our other oaths too. Exactly. Hell, oath of the crown, oath to a nobleman. It's great. Oath to yourself. I need another list to make. How about go shows, video games, autism. Sorry, autism tier list. Oh. I love Paladin once. Pretty cool concept. Exactly. Huh. How do I make the autism tier list? Oh. Oh, I see. Huh. Random. To live tier list, you click the buttons. Thank you for that. I'm on live tier lists now. I am on live tier lists. How do I... Oh, here we are. FNAF characters! I need the relatively short tier list to make. Categories section? Oh, yeah. Among Us! Bloons? Actually, a Bloons tier list could be good. What's something I could rank in 30 minutes? Goat games? They are goat games! The Bloons tier list! Why are they being ranked by difficulty? Aside from Battles 2, agreed. B, C, D, F. There, now they're being ranked on if I like them. The first Battles, yeah, it is objectively better than Battles 2. Like, they flopped with the second Battles game. Putting Red Balloon in a T tier, because I like it. DDTs are a B. Blue can go in D. No, blue is a solid balloon type. I think that's an A tier balloon. The Moab has to be an S tier. In first boss have so. I think it does still have more players. Yeah. Cupcake. Ah. So many lost to DDT. Exactly. You hate DDT? Yeah! I think yellows are a D tier, pinks are a C. You can go here. I like lead balloons. They're good at a, like, conceptual level, forcing variety. Same with purple balloons. Purple balloons were a great addition. Actually, I might put zebra. I'll put zebra balloon above black and white because I think that the properties together are more worth it. That's the thing I was wondering. Yeah, why aren't camo and regrow here? Are they stupid? I think the... Okay, first of all, ceramics are an A tier balloon, but I don't care for rainbows. You know, this tier list is bad. I'm going to a different one. I don't think there's a good balloons tier list I could do in 25 minutes. Dinosaurs. Okay. Eventually I'm gonna have to do a tier list stream just entirely dedicated, huh? Plants vs. Zombies is cool. Toby Fox universe. Can I get a Deltarune? Ship tier list! Deltarune character tier list. Oh. I could go overtime today. I don't have anything waiting for me after stream. Okay, first of all, this is the wrong label. I think we're gonna do some Deltarune ranking. Chris. They like pie, they don't talk, and they beat the shit out of me in the weird route. That is an S-rank character. Susie. She would beat me up. She wouldn't. You're sad there is no Bloon Chipper in BTD6? There's a Bloon Chipper in Bloons TD6. Go to the Scrapyard map! The gun! The gun at the... No, I've been threatened! Rose's a good character. I like his development. Toby Fox cooked with the main trio. I'm sorry. Really just couldn't balance it? They couldn't. There's no way they could have. They're too OP or too weak. Right. Which is fair. Bloon Chipper as a concept would be hard to implement. I think Toriel belongs in A tier. Sure, she was getting drunk at the end of chapter 4, but I'd blame Sans for that. And she's overall a caring parent to Chris. Really chill. Asgore gets T rank for a very simple reason. Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that's fun. Okay, I might actually have to take out Coco. I will pause the... I will do... resume the recording. Back to the turning tier list. Ah, Coco, no. Now, Noelle. She does cast a spell she doesn't know. I'd say she's up there with the main 3. You know? She has about as much actually, probably just as much characterization. Not to mention her presence in chapter 4 and her importance to the weird route. God, the weird route does a lot for a lot of characters. Birdly. I like Birdly. He's not at the level of the party members, but Birdly's chill. Birdly gets too much hate. Caddy is a kinda nothing character. All she has is a relationship with Jockington. But Jockington is elevated because Jockington grows the beard! Everyone loves the beard. Monster Kid is in the same boat as Caddy. Same with Snowy. Temmie gets to go a bit higher because of singing Don't Forget. Tem learned how to sing. Alphys doesn't have... Like, this is just based off of their Deltarune appearances. Undertale will not influence this. I like Rudy. Rudy goes up there with Asgore. And it's not just because of the yaoi. He's genuinely, like, a good influence on everybody who he interacts with, as far as I can tell. He is... I think he's terminally ill, and yet he has the biggest smile on his face. Ideal man. Neglectful parents, too much trauma. Naps the Blue, still also kind of a nothing character. That's to be expected. Undyne gets a boost because of her at the end of chapter 3 is fun. And then of course there's just her scenes in Hometown. That's great. Alvin, I think Alvin's been elevated in his characterization by the presence of Gerson. And how he sort of interacts, but even if Gerson has to write through Susie. Sans Deltune is a bitch-ass mother. Screw Sans Undertale. Pizza Pants is just endearing, but doesn't have much otherwise. Do not care for Blue Ears. I think I like the Warrior more than I like Carol. Reddy and Caddy are kind of eh. Onion, eh. I like Onion. Lancer! Everyone loves Lancer! I'd love a cookie shaped like his face. Rudins don't get much, but they do have the line, "Long live the guy that pays us." So he does belong higher than Jockington. I care less about Happy. Mama Liba! Top Chef gets to go higher up due to Infinite Cake. And you can't beat Infinite Cake. C-Round's kind of eh. Same with the Jigsaw-ry. Jigsaw Joe is funny. Between the arena, the tutorials, Jigsaw Joe earns his existence. Sham, I like Sham as a character, especially thanks to his Infant in the Shadow Crystal stuff. You can't deny that. I'm going to point out now. Toby Fox really can't make an unlikable character. So, like, it's a really hard ranking to do. The original Star Walker is T rank, though. That's easy. Rabbit. Like, I'll put Clover up higher, though. The generic enemies are easier to rank because they don't have too much depth to them. This is not an objective ranking in the slightest. I like Malleus. He makes Twin Ribbon for me. Now the Thrash Machine. I'm gonna put the Thrash Machine in T tier. He deserves it. It deserves it. This machine sucks ass, and that's okay. Pawn men, they don't get really any characterization. They can go with the Lighteners down here. Pippins got a lot more lovable as of Chapter 3. I can't deny that. The Ruden Ranger did not... I'm sorry, Ruden Ranger and Head Happy did not get as much love as the Hathy and Ruden when it comes to characterization. Yeah, I'll put Pippins up here. Rules... Rooksols, you know, we know what happens with Rooksols. Husband. Jevil can get an A rank. High A rank. He's the introductory secret boss, and I'd say that he does his job well. And then there's King. I think King is above Clover. Maybe even above Temmie, actually. Yeah, King has a lot going for him. I can't honestly say anything bad about that. Plug Boy. And the generic enemy. Everyone loves Newbert. And if you don't love Newbert, you're lying. Hacker, I think, is about Jockington tier. Sweets, Captain, and KK can go in A tier, though. I like them. They deserve their place. Generic enemy territory. I'd say the cars could go up with the slightly higher generic enemies. Addisons, pop-ups, mouse. Spamton, G Spamton, belongs in S tier. He is the big shot. Pippis. I feel like I can't really justifiably put Pippis above anyone. I can't justify it to myself. Swatchlings, I'd say they get to go up here. Swatch, hell yeah, love me a workaholic man. Task Manager, hell yeah, love me a whip. Mouse Wheel, they're funny. They can go below Jevil. The Wire. I feel like I could have more nuanced takes if I had someone like in a voice call to discuss this with, but I also don't have time for nuance. The Wire is the most generic of the Queen's Castle bosses. Queen, however, is an S tier character. I'm sorry, I can't put her any lower. Shadow Guy. Shadow Guy's a pretty good one. Shudda, I don't care for. Or Zapper. Lanino and El Nina get a slight boost because they are part of the poly rules. The water cooler gets an A tier. Beg for mercy. Hopefully they'll spare me for this. Ribic. I don't care for Ribic. I don't know. Ram deserves better. but also he's British, so I can't put him in S. Shadow Mantle, I don't really classify this as a character, but I guess he counts. I don't... Tenna. Tenna goes in T rank. He deserves T rank. I can't deny it. Mike, and Mike, the Mikes. Those are high A ranks, honestly. Wafer. Honestly, I'm not really attached to the generic Darkners. Balthazar does have a weed-smoking Rouse reference, though, so that earns it a B tier at least. Bibliox. Captain, that's a good pun. The Mizzle. Neutral. Yeah. Miss Mizzle. She's pretentious, but it's great. From his picture, Jackenstein looks more like he's sad because he's wearing a cursive binding carved pumpkin. Oh, yeah. Huh. Look, if you don't love Jackenstein, I don't think we can be friends. I'm sorry, but it's true. He's adorable. He wants friends, but he thinks he's too scary. He's not too scary for me. Once again, generic enemy tier. The old man statue. Oh, this is where the ranking gets interesting. Talking about Delta Side that has the same characters as Undertale, but it's not the same timeline. Fair enough. Sans bones your mom. Not only that, but he gets drunk with your mom. I think... What? Yeah. Huh. That is the end of Chapter 4. Sans bones your mom. Well, bones Chris's mom, because you're not Chris. You're two separate entities, but still. I'd say old man statue does not have enough of a character to be considered. Gerson Boom is a T-rank character. You can't win, he is him. Titan looks great from screenshots your friends send me. Yeah! Titan's a fun fight. I don't know if I could really rank him as a character. But that's because the most character the Titan ever gets is from Guardian Suite with Lyrics by Tankfor68. And that is in no way canon, so... I guess he's with the Pippus. The Roaring Knight tries to aura farm and fails. The community beat him to shreds. That being said, he is better than the mics. Tobias Radiation Fox, the creator of Undertale. T rank. The Forgotten Man. I don't know how much I can say to the Forgotten Man, because I have not found the chapters 3 and 4 eggs yet, and I genuinely, that's it. I simply do not know him. The voice. Okay, so I think the voice is Wing Gaster, the royal scientist. But ignoring Wing Gaster for a sec, just looking at the voices lines. He hypes you the hell up during the night fight. And by the end of chapter 4, you see that he's having a good time. Or she's having a good time. Or they're having a good time. I can't assume pronouns. This is Deltarune. But with how little we know, I kind of feel the need to put him with the generics. And that would be the end of stream. So I'm going to raid somebody. Seeing who's live. Ah. Had fun the whole stream? Hell yeah, I hope so. Because I've... Today was good. Nobody that I'm aware of is live, so I have to raid random person. I can't filter by similar size, so this is gonna be hard. Even though only Necro is here aside from us. Yeah! To be fair, I just have a shorter turn, or a smaller turnout during any stream that isn't tabs. Kind of just how it goes. I don't think I'm gonna raid anyone. There's not enough people here to justify raiding. So I guess without further ado, that's so long, farewell, I bid adieu, and goodbye.